Call the meeting to order.
You have an announcement.
Pertains to the meeting?
Pertains to the meeting.
Okay, do you want me to call the meeting to order first and take attendance?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Eric?
Eric present.
Lois Wassoff present.
The Ordner present.
Peggy Briggs present. Carlin Reed present.
Don Kupka present.
Kathy Kukalo present.
Chris Reynolds present.
John Garofalo, present.
Lindsay List present.
Parashar Patel present. We have a quorum. Before we dive into the agenda,
Online, we have some.
oh yeah, they just joined. Suresh and Quasi, can you guys name and rank and serial number for attendance? Can you guys hear us?
I can hear you, Parashar.
I just need your name for attendance.
Kazi Sidruzaman.
And Suresh? All right, well, we've got attendance. Let's go. Dee, you've got something to announce?
Yes, the announcement is the recorder, the writer of the minutes listens to YouTube in order to get the minutes, to hear what our discussion is. And if you do not speak directly into the microphone, it's very difficult to understand. As I was editing her minutes, I went back to YouTube to watch, and I couldn't understand portions of our discussion because of that. So please, when you want to speak, please just get the microphone right in front.
Greg Rillo, who disrupted the meeting, is now here. Were you done?
Yep, that's
Okay,
it.
all right. With that, we will go ahead and get started. I'm going to throw up the agenda. Several folks were asking me before the meeting started what the timeline was. And of course, there is no real timeline, but maybe we can aim for an hour and a half and maybe get it done in 2 hours. Public comment. Do we have anybody from the public that would like to make a comment? I don't see anybody. Mary's good. All right. So the first item is the update on follow-up items. So this is basically, hopefully folks can see this. It was in your meeting packet. Oops. Let's see. Am I sharing anything right now?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, good. So I apologize. You can't see this at home. I'm trying to make it bigger and just messing things up here. Since the last meeting, July 2023, we were asked to do a number of items. You can see them here. Provide input on specific objectives for the work plan. In process, I got a couple of comments, which I've incorporated in here. We were supposed to update the Finance Committee website with a revised liaison role. That has been done. So if you go to the Finance Committee website, you've got this couple sentences we changed. We sent a reply to the Concord Public School Committee regarding the transportation cost overage and told them, we might be able to use free cash, but TBD, we'll have to see what happens, right? Third, we did send a request to the select board asking the builder of the 340B project on Baker Avenue for their estimate of cost and revenue. The select board decided that it wasn't appropriate to send the request as part of the package that the town was sending to the State Department, the State Department of Housing. So I think what the advice was, and I'm looking at Mary, was at some point in the process, we should make that request directly to the developer, who so far has seemed willing to provide us information. So we will go ahead and reach out to their folks and make that request. Okay. The next item very quickly, we sent the fiscal year 25 information requests, or actually Lois and Lindsay did. Everybody should have copies to the towns and the schools. So thank you guys for sending that along on time. And then the last item is we added the guidelines presentation that Lindsay and Lois provided at the last meeting. They are now on the Finance Committee website. There's one item that's a little bit of a follow-up I'm going to work with Lori to do is, in a lot of other committees, when committees post new items and you subscribe to the committee, you get an automatic email. Good. I don't think that has yet started for Finance Committee. right? And so we need to follow up and make sure that that happens, but at least the deck is up there. So that's it. Kathy, you had a question? Into the microphone.
I might like to make a suggestion on our outstanding items list as it gets longer.
Yep,
Could we number the items
sure.
so that as you're speaking, it would be, I know it would be helpful for me if you said, you know, I'm addressing item 10 or 12, because I find myself going up and down the row trying to find where.
Yeah, we're more than happy to do that.
Thank you.
So I'm just gonna write this down as follow-up. Okay, any other questions? Okay. Let's go to the next part of the agenda, which is updates on the work plan deliverables. Are we already in item 6? That can't possibly be true. No, there we go. Okay. Update from the chair's breakfast. So there wasn't a lot to report if memory serves me. I am just gonna go, yep, chair's breakfast. So I've got 3 items. The select board did send a letter to the Mass Housing Authority on the 340B as an FYI. The select board is gonna be taking up the issue of Star Met in September. So that's something that we should closely follow. And actually, one of the requests I have for this committee is I spoke to the chair of the Star Met committee that's making recommendations to the town as to what to do, and they think having a finance committee liaison would be helpful. So I don't need a raise of hands now, but perhaps from some folks that would like to volunteer, it would be great.
Happy, just raise your hand.
Did you? Okay, so let's talk offline.
Kind of goes with the other stuff I'm doing, so.
Okay, but let's talk right after this meeting and make sure that you're comfortable with what is gonna happen in
Okay.
terms of workload.
Maybe I'll unvolunteer.
Sorry? Well, that's what I mean. So let's just talk
Okay.
first, okay? And then the select board adopted the residential exemption, and Steve is gonna provide us a quick update later on today. And then the last thing I think that may be relevant to us, Ed Nardi basically reported that they've received a response for the Warner's Pond RFP on the whole dread damming and removal of the damming, et cetera. And that the committee is assessing basically the RFP. So more updates will, I'm sure, come out in the future. But those are all the items that were really relevant to the finance committee. Okay, you're furrowing your brow. Do you have a question?
No.
Okay. Updates from the liaisons. Let's just quickly go around, and I'm gonna start on my left-hand side. Eric, you are a liaison for which committee?
Primary for Public Works. They have not met since June. They expect to reconvene in September, and I will be there when it happens.
All right, thank you very much. D, schools, anything to report?
Yeah, a couple meetings. They've had a meeting on August 15th and another one on August 22nd. And at the August 15th meeting, the highlights, I would say one of the highlights was that the hiring status at the time on August 15th was that they still had 2 more professional people to hire, and that they had real needs for support staff, meaning tutors and assistants. So they were still looking for people, and that it did not come up at last week's meeting. There was also the high school campus. The roadway is under construction. That'll be done and finished before school starts. And then at the meeting just this week, August 22nd, there was an hour-long discussion on the cell tower. And if you have an opportunity to go back, if you can catch it on YouTube, it's really worth listening to, because it would 2 people from the town were talking about where to put it and all the information and work that they've done. And it's just very interesting to find out where, if you locate it, does it really help the high school or not? And what they're finding is that the best location is on the high school property at this point in time. Whether that is a go or not, they're not sure. But it's just an interesting discussion, and it moves right along. I'd say,
Hey, do you have a question
Uh-huh.
on that? So they're negotiating with who? Verizon or somebody?
well, I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
I think Verizon has been a participant, but I'm not exactly sure how that's going to unfold. They talked about,
Holds, you know what I mean? Because Verizon can put on it, but it's.
Yeah,
who
right.
owns it, you
Right.
know?
yeah.
That's right.
there- it-
Oftentimes there's another company that
Right,
owns the pole.
right. It's
But
really,
either way, there's revenue. That's what I'm kind of getting to. is
well,
that there's
there is
there.
revenue and it
So I'm
depends
a
on where
fan.
it's cited, right? And it depends on where it's
Right.
cited.
Right.
Because they also talked about the Tricon Church and that had been an area that had been looked at.
Yeah.
And so if you listen to it, I mean, I have to go back and watch it again just to get all the details of it. But it was very interesting to see how they examined it, who they've been talking to, all the organizations, all the companies who have said, no, we're not touching Concord. So that was the most interesting aspect of it. But the other thing that I wanted to just mention is that the school committee voted on all of their committee goals. They voted on their approval of handbooks for the elementary, the middle, and the high school, and their practices and protocols. So everything is in place for the beginning of the year.
Good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Was that discussion of the cell tower, was that the 15th or the 22nd?
It was the 22nd from
What minute mark, Teresa?
Oh, wait, no, the meeting started at 6 o'clock and it was from 6 to 7:01 or something like that. Yeah. They started right away with that. Yeah. August 22nd.
All right. Thank you very much, Dee. Peggy, for the CPC, any updates? Okay, I like that. Carlin,
For the Recreation Commission. They met on July 25, announced that the BD Center pools at White Pond are now open. The consultant working on the recreation strategic plan showed a draft report that highlights 4 new possible recreation facility areas. 36A Baker Street, which is right behind the Chase Bank in West Concord, Cousins Field, the CCHS Skate Park, and 2229 Main Street. The Rec Commission will come to the Select Board in October with their final recommendations. Also, the Recreation Department is planning on filing a CPA request to improve the ride-out tennis courts. The current estimate is $150,000 for that request, and the next meeting is September 26th.
Any progress, or they have a date when they're going to be done with their strategic plan?
They're going to be presenting it to the Select Board in October is what they're planning.
Mhm.
And maybe getting a vote on something. I don't know. That's to be discussed at the next meeting.
Okay.
all right, thank you. Don,
Minuteman Tech.
Yep.
You'll recall the meeting the new superintendent, Dr. Dawson. And Dr. Dawson has been on administrative leave since middle of May. And the committee meets in executive session mostly now, as there's an investigation underway regarding circumstances of that leave. There's an interim superintendent in place. He had been in finance and had retired. And it seems by all appearances at the meetings as though everything is running very smoothly. And I'll just share that I'm very impressed with the functioning of that board, as well as with the school facility itself. It's very nice.
good, thank you. Kathy, housing.
Yes.
Microphone, yep.
There's been monthly meetings of the municipal housing fund and the housing authority and the housing trust. The biggest thing to be happening is the roundtables, and I think many of you are aware that they just had their third. And I'm quite impressed. Speaking of impressed, I'll just give you a taste. This is a matrix that's been put together, and I'll share it with people if you'd like, that has all the projects and then all the entities across the town, all the entities within the town, and who would intersect at what point on those projects. And, I I was speaking to Keith and to Lee, and I said, you know, especially for someone like myself coming new into this, these tools are invaluable. And I get a sense that it is new to have this kind of documentation. They also put together a chart really explaining the purpose of each of the entities. So they're working through the roles and responsibilities and coming up with the priorities. For the finance committee, the takeaway is that the trust will be asking for 500,000 from the ARPA funds rather than free cash, and 500,000 from CPC, which they usually ask annually from the CPC. That's it.
So just a quick question. Remind me, typically they've been getting 500K from free cash.
Mhm.
So this is an extra 500 that they'd be asking for?
No, I think they recognize from the last
Oh,
year's
I'm sorry, let me
conversation.
rephrase that. Have they always gotten 1,500,000 from free cash and 500 from CPC? So
No.
this is an incremental 500K ask regardless of the source.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they had projects, right? So like Assabet, they went to CPC,
Specific.
specific
projects.
projects.
Right.
So I don't know if this is. a
So are
specific-
these specific
No,
projects or is
no.
this?
No, okay.
So
then they
for
haven't done
the,
that.
so this is a 500K incremental ask then for general.
But is it in lieu of the free, is it in lieu
Yes.
of the 500K for free cash?
Yes.
So it's not incremental, it's the
No, they're asking
Yeah.
for 500 from ARPA though,
Yeah.
ARPA, yeah, okay,
So
and 500 from CPC,
Right.
but not from free cash.
not from free cash, but
Okay.
still will be a bump.
into the microphone and then Peggy.
Yes, since it's come up twice, CPC, their filing deadline for applications for the upcoming season is September 8th.
Okay.
So
And our next meeting
And-
scheduled is September 7th.
the
So after
trust-
that one, we'll get a good sense of what they're asking.
And the trust voted on Tuesday to go forward and apply.
Right. So it does sound like it's an extra 500,000.
So they're making applications, doesn't mean they're going to get it.
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand all that, but
Um,
it's the request into
Missing it.
this.
Sorry, I'm missing the extra 5.
So-
They're not taking from free cash, but just asking for ARPA,
So they're asking from two different
which is
places.
what they've done in the past, but free cash, right?
No.
No.
Is
It's
that,
all,
okay, is that where I'm missing? What have they done in the past then, just so I understand?
They used to do just free cash.
Just
They
free
did that
cash.
for 3
That's
years.
what I'm missing. Thank you.
Yeah.
They used to do just free cash.
yeah.
My sense is that, you know, they're looking at how are they going to keep receiving funds and managing those funds towards the projects.
Yeah, I'm not making any
Okay. All right, but
judgment.
when you
I'm
said, you
just
know,
trying to understand that, make it clear in my mind that it is an incremental 500,000 they're asking for. That's all.
Yeah, and
It's
just a
it's
math.
twice as much as they've asked for in the prior.
Yeah,
year.
that's all.
right.
Right.
And the other piece to remember is they got back $1 million. How much did they get back out of Christopher Heights? I forget now.
Junction Village.
Yeah. So they got back some money.
$2 million.
Yeah, $2 million. So they're building a little war chest. It
I
sounds like,
understand. So
which is-
that's fine. We'll figure out
Yeah,
what,
yeah.
Which I think is what they're supposed to do in order to be able. to
again,
fund it.
I was not casting judgment on it. I was just trying to understand that it was an incremental ask. That's all.
And their balance is slightly north of 3 million. It's
Mhm.
about
Yep.
3.2.
Okay.
I just have one question. Did they talk at all about where the state is in terms of looking at their application for
It's
the tax relief, the tax charge? or whatever?
same updates. I don't know if anybody else has heard anything. It's just.
It's, okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
It
Okay.
may not happen this year.
Yeah, I know.
Good, thank you. Let's see, Suresh, Middle School Building Committee, any updates there?
Yes, Chris and I attended the meeting this morning, and they are looking to put application in for 250K. Though one thing they didn't make it clear, was it for the sprinklers or for the for the grounds? That's not clear from the discussion that was held this morning. Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't get that feeling.
Yeah, you're correct. And that's why I asked. So I'll back up. So last time we met, we talked about this question about whether the middle school would go through the town to apply to CPC for some funds related to irrigation.
So I did have some conversation with one of the members there to understand what they were going to do. But then today at the meeting, Lori spoke and said that they are going to apply on to CPC through the town. So Kerry actually makes the application, and that it is not an addition to the budget. It is an offset to the borrowing. So that is different than what they said at the last meeting. I think that's good. But they didn't say specifically what it's for, but I imagine it's something related to grounds.
You said that you think it's good. Doesn't that also preclude other applications that would be considered instead of that extra 250,000?
It's up to CPC, right? So they can decide.
That's one of the offsets. If you
Correct.
CPC, as I understand, has less money expected to come in this year than they did last year, and they have more requests. So
Then
this
that's,
is a
yeah, so
squeeze
that
out.
someone will have to prioritize that and figure it out. Right, but it avoids expanding the budget on the school, which was the other option, I guess, so.
And I think once the application is in, we can find out from Terry what the application is, because it's not clear right now what they will be submitting
Yes.
the application in the next couple of weeks.
Right. So just to update on the building itself, so they've spent about 9 million to date. That only includes 1 month of construction. The second month of construction bill is yet to be included in that. They're on timeline. They seem to be on budget. There's a small amount of change orders so far, about 35,000, not a lot, not a lot happening there. The rain has impacted the site, right? It's a very sandy soil, and that rain has really kind of done a few things, but no, the builder hasn't yet or hasn't come back and said anything about that, but I think that's part of what they're interested in hearing about. I think that's really all. So it seems like it's in early days, but it seems to be, they've got the foundation in for parts of the building. They've done a lot of work on the ground, so it seems to be moving ahead.
Perfect, thank you.
Question?
Yeah.
So there was, so they're on budget. So to not necessarily need the 7 million that was approved at the special town meeting, is that correct?
No, that's included in their budget. So they're keeping track of budget by line item, right? So if they're doing concrete or they're doing digging, so that's all you can see is that. So they've only spent 9 million versus the 110, but the budget includes everything.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, thank you, Chris and Suresh. Quasi economic vitality.
Yep, no new update. I am grabbing coffee with the chair, Jennifer, and I should have more update on the next meeting.
All right, thank you. Lindsay, planning.
I don't have any updates, but that's because I've been out of town. And I have to rewatch their meeting.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you guys for the detailed updates. Let's move on to item number 6. Updates on work plan deliverables. So I'm going to throw up the document that had been circulated the last couple times, and it's not being shared because I haven't done that. Let's see if I can do that. There we go. All right. So last couple of meetings, we've gone over this. I'm not going to go over it. We already approved the major areas of focus on this slide and the next slide. We were looking for input on the specific deliverables and objectives. As I said, I've gotten some input, have incorporated these in here. What I'd like to do today is get these approved with the understanding that this is not set in stone. As circumstances change, we may add deliverables, objectives, we may take some of them off as circumstances change. But at least if we get them approved, we've got a set of objectives that we're trying to achieve for this cycle. So I'm going to go through, just quickly go through them. I'm not going to read them, but let's just one at a time. We've got the sustainable town revenue growth. You can see the deliverables and objectives that are up there. These are examples. We'll have different opportunities at different times to basically achieve some of these objectives. Anybody have any major concerns with what's written there? Peggy.
I'm sorry. The second item, zoning changes to encourage revenue generating development. I think that's a very worthy objective, but I would just point out that the planning board, the select board, et cetera, have been pushing these for years,
Yes.
unsuccessfully at town meeting.
Yep.
So I'm a little concerned that I don't want us to be viewed as unilaterally approving any growth objective without taking into account what the, planning board and the select board and, those kind of hearings and whatnot. That's my only point.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. I guess, well, let me throw out a question for folks, right? So encouraging these committees plus others to do this, we can go about doing this, for example, a couple different ways. We could send a general letter, short cover letter with some objectives here to the school committee, planning board, et cetera, with a general encouragement. And then through the course of the year, as their own proposals come up, we can either choose to weigh in on it or choose not to weigh in on it. That's, one approach we can take, for example. I'm not suggesting
Yeah,
it's
and-
always a positive, but that's,
And the planning board has a fairly detailed application for a special permit or site plan review and whatnot. And
Yep.
one idea may be to add economic benefit to the town as an item for the developer to put in there, and therefore for the planning board to consider, which I don't believe is on the list right now. It's,
I think you're right.
so that would be, maybe maybe we could ask them to do that as something
that's good.
concrete. So we'll have numbers. And I think that's what you also mentioned in your letter, Parashar, more or less, relative to the 40B development on Baker
That's right.
Avenue. So,
Yep.
okay.
So would folks be comfortable? I can craft a general letter with some of these points and then send it to the various towns. I think that's a great concrete suggestion, so we'll put that in there.
Okay.
And that would at least say, you know what, we've started progress on one, and then, as I said, through the course of the year, as events develop, we'll have an opportunity to weigh in on some.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we can frame it the same way, in the same discussion that we've had here before, which is, we can see the budget gets constrained. We can't achieve it all via savings, so there needs to be some focus on revenue, and this is just our encouragement to do that.
That provides some context, right? Good. Capital planning, you can see the objective up there. I think we've already started that process. So I guess my only question is, anybody have any additional changes on that objective?
So at the school committee joint meeting, we had some discussion with them on their,
Into the microphone.
oh, I'm sorry. At the school committee meeting in June or July, we had that joint meeting with them. They talked about the assessment they were going to do with the consultant. And they told us that it wasn't going to come in for the 25 budget. I think there was some pushback in the room on that. I don't know if you've had any further discussions on
No
that.
further discussions on that.
Okay.
Folks generally comfortable with this? I see nodding of heads. I'll take that as a yes. The outreach development, we've developed the communication strategy. We've done all these things. I think one thing that we've got to do, and I'm looking at Dee, you and I should probably talk in a couple of days, because we've got some draft fact sheets, et cetera. We should probably, now that everybody's comfortable with it, we should go ahead and start editing those and putting them up on the town website. You can't do it during vacation? Any other comments?
I believe we also had, at some point, I thought there was a comment about doing a column in the Concord Bridge.
Yes, so
Okay.
we will be doing that at major meetings, right? So for example, maybe depending on how the guidelines discussion metrics go today, we'll write up 2 sentences or a paragraph that says, hey, these are the metrics we're planning to adopt.
Okay.
Absolutely, that's part of this, right?
Is it, to Peggy's question, is it on this plan?
It is on this plan. If you go scroll down a few more pages,
Oh,
Sorry
okay.
about that.
All right.
I'm not gonna go over it, but there's a whole list of
Okay.
things we're planning to
All
do.
right. Yep.
Okay. CPS strategic plan, I think again, we're gonna ask for periodic updates. The first opportunity will be when they come in and talk about the budget. Right?
Mhm.
Encourage the town to develop a robust budget or strategic plan. On this one, I'm also proposing we send a letter to both Carrie and the town and to the select board. I've had verbal conversations, everybody's on board, but I think a formal letter probably makes a little bit more sense. Does that make, I see now nodding heads, okay, great. Middle school building project, we're doing that. We just heard an update. I don't know that we need to do anything more at this point, right? But folks are comfortable with that deliverable. 2229 Main Street, again, I think, we want to make sure that they take town economic benefit. I love that phrase, Peggy, that you used, into consideration, because that can be applied to a number of different things. And this would be a good example of a specific project where a number of folks are going to have to weigh in, and we can weigh in and say, this is the direction we'd like to go. Right? Rec department strategy, understanding the budget impacts of the strategy.
Right,
You
right
could-
now, we don't have any dollar amounts assigned at this point, and we probably.
Well, but what do you think? Well, again, the specific updates here, you're comfortable with, Carlin, based on what you're saying?
Eventually, but it'll be a later part of the fiscal year before we get any dollar amounts.
Fair enough.
I have some questions about the actual strategic plan, thoroughness in and of itself.
Okay.
First off, but
Yep.
eventually, yes.
And can you make sure at this early stage that they're planning to incorporate, that the town's planning to incorporate their projects into the town capital plan? I'm assuming that's gonna happen,
I'll do that.
but let's just confirm that.
Capital and revenue plan.
Yeah,
We have the 5-year forecast for the BD Center already. But
Okay.
not for the recreation department.
Yep.
itself.
good. Into the microphone.
About the rec plan for construction.
I don't know if they're gonna have tier one.
There are
Or tier
four
two.
sites that they've identified as possible sites to develop into more recreational facilities. That
Okay,
development will require
okay.
some dollar amounts.
All
But
right.
at this point, they're still at the very beginning phase of saying, okay, guys, what do you think about these 4 spots? Did we miss anything else? And if you look at the plot, they've looked only south of Route 2. They haven't looked at anything north of Route 2.
Okay,
That's
but what about the current facility?
The current BD Center?
Yeah,
Oh, we've got the 5-year forecast for that already.
you do.
Right, yeah. and I've
Okay.
already sent it off to,
All right,
I think to Lindsay has a copy, and I think Lois may have a copy as well.
okay.
Okay, it sounds like the deliverables and objectives make sense here. The 250th anniversary celebrations.
Do you know when they're going to be coming before you? Because they're, should be getting some budget stuff by September 1, based on what I heard of the last subcommittee meeting.
Well, I'm expecting that if they're asking for the town for money to go in the warrant, they're gonna come in October, November in front of us.
Because
So
You haven't talked to Rick Laughlin about.
I have not talked to them about that. They know where we are. They've got their own calendar. And so if they want our recommendation, I'm presuming they'll come to us.
I think we might
To
also,
the microphone.
yeah, I'm sorry. I think we might want to also add a reference to state funding here
Okay,
to encourage them to seek state funding. It looks like there is some activity at the state level, according to the very valuable Concord Bridge. Thank you, Betsy.
Yeah.
And
It was $1 million, I
Yeah,
think, in
none of
the
it's coming to
budget.
Concord.
Yeah.
It's all going to a state office.
you know,
None of
it's
coming to
still every
Yeah.
dollar they get from somewhere else isn't coming out of free cash.
Mhm.
So I think we should be acknowledging that as a source and encouraging them to keep developing that.
so let me, I'll add that to that. That's good. Should we also send a preemptive letter to them now to the effect of my 4 sentences here?
I think you
And
should.
here,
You should, yeah.
okay,
yeah.
so we'll do that as well. And then the next page, there we go. This is something I think we're gonna have to work with Steve and others in the school committee, et cetera, the first one here. The contract negotiations have started. And if I understand correctly, I have here the collective bargaining agreements. Carrie gave me a copy of all of them. I think it's more than the teachers. The
Mhm,
maintenance, everybody's up,
right.
basically. And so I think something we ought to do is make sure we've got some sense of what if scenarios, right? And kind of bake those into, I'm looking at Lindsay and Lois, as we kind of think about what that 5-year estimates are for spending, maybe do a couple, one outer bound at least, say, what would it look like if these were turn out this way or that way? Improve the guideline process. I mean, you guys can, at the end of the day, maybe once we're done, come back with some recommendations for how you might want to permit additional time for consideration. You know, this is a request Greg had made, like, how do we not squeeze ourselves at the end? And I'm gonna come back and challenge you more because the schools are asking us to squeeze ourselves. We'll discuss this during the calendar update. So we'll see what we can do on this, right? And sometimes the calendar might just put us in a box, unfortunately. Improve the annual report. I know a couple of folks have some ideas about how to show the total impact on taxes. I'm looking to the clerk, myself, and guidelines folks will figure out ways to incorporate these ideas into the town report, okay? And then benefit spending, I'll get an update from, or maybe Carrie and Steve in terms of where we are in terms of better tracking this. This is something that I think overall mixing the two doesn't really give us a good picture of what spending is for. And so hopefully this is something that can get done by the end of this fiscal
Or
year.
at least a little model, right, that just estimates it. It can't be that hard to do, right?
It's a manual process is what happens apparently.
Mm,
So we'll provide an update. Okay, so those are the deliverables and objectives. I didn't hear a lot of objections. I've got a couple edits. So
I have a question on the CPS, the contracts that you're talking about.
Yep.
What kind of information are you trying to get from them? Do you want the results of their negotiations? Because
No.
you can't get.
no, we're not going to get those, right? But one of the things we could do is based on past negotiations, a sense of what may happen this year. Say, and I'm making this up, right? But if we've got our 5-year costs going this way, so well, that assumes that the previous contract 3% increases in the steps was gonna have a 3% increase. Well, let's just suppose for a minute that the combination this time results in a 5% increase.
Yeah.
What does that look like? That's what we're trying to do.
So you're
At
gonna
a very
look
high
at
level.
maybe different levels of increase.
Maybe one or two. I don't know that we have
Okay.
to get that sophisticated, frankly, but
Okay.
just, make sure we don't, at the end of the day, have a 5-year cost estimate that doesn't take into account the
Increases.
increases that may be
Yeah.
negotiated here.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, and if it, and then we need to understand, back to the point about the annual report, what's the tax implication of that? Right? That's all, and again, at a high level.
So maybe we reverse that and ask our finance department or whomever to identify what the tax impact would be at a 3%, 4%, 5% level. So we can offer that back to the schools and the teachers
like
while
that.
they're negotiating and say, look, we're gonna get to the guideline level and the affordability level and say if you're gonna go to 5%, you're gonna gobble all this up, 4%, 3%, So maybe turn it back, because I know there's always a concern if we budget 3.5%, 4%, that it sort of takes the negotiating power away from the team that's doing those negotiations, but giving that information back or, feeding it backwards, I think might be useful.
Agreed. I like it. That's a great idea. I've written it down. We'll modify the objectives to reflect that. And then I'm looking at Steve. We'll figure out with the school finance folks how we can model that in a very simple table, right? That's great. Good. Perfect. Thank you. Making progress. How are we doing on time-wise? We're doing good, right?
Great.
Okay, so that concludes the objectives. I'm not gonna go through this, but folks asked about the column and all that. Cadence is here. We'll again update the cadence, et cetera. What did I just do? I stopped sharing. We'll update it. It's a living document, right? And so we'll update the cadence and all of that and the specific deliverables over time. These are the fact sheets, et cetera, that we'd already outlined and folks were comfortable with previously. Okay? So, where are we on the
Number 7.
number 7? And that is overview. Steve, this is the brief overview of Finance Committee role and responsibilities. So the context before Steve goes off is traditionally, at least we've had August training, basically, and usually it's been about half hour, an hour, and then I think sometimes Carrie had offered longer sessions, I think, for newer members. And so what we want to do today is have Steve provide us a broad overview, and then he has kindly offered offline session with folks that would like a deeper dive. So take it away, Steve.
Thank you. I sent to you through your packets, the PowerPoint presentation that Kerry had done 4 years ago, I think, was the last time it was done, but these things don't change much. And you also have access to a video of that presentation where she gets into a considerable amount of detail based on the outline that the presentation provided. And there are a number of questions and answers provided that may be some of those things that might be on your minds as well. What I've done for tonight.
Excuse me, Steve, I don't have a copy of the slides. Do you guys have copies? Am I looking at the?
Yeah, it was in the.
Oh, it was. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
Separate document.
Separate document. Okay, sorry, keep going.
Told me to put everything in the packet.
Yeah. Okay, keep going.
But what I'd like to do tonight is pass this around, which is just sort of a starting point, and you might think of it as a pregame speech or something of that nature that provides just a high altitude look at the Finance Committee and its role.
You want me to put this up or is it not
No.
necessary? Okay, I will
You
stop
don't need to
sharing.
do that because I'm not
Distract
schooled in it.
You guys have copies? Okay.
But anyone who has questions about the presentation, please contact me. My email address is on that paper I just passed around, and I'll be happy to research anything you need. I've been away from Massachusetts for a while, so it takes me a little bit to get reoriented. And I'm happy to help you in any way that I can. Generally speaking, this one pager that I just passed out is more or less the, like I said, the high altitude look at what the Finance Committee does. You have a special type of Finance Committee in that it was established in your original charter, which is dated 1922, I think it is. So there was a lot of forethought in on the part of the Concord residents who put together the charter and got it adopted at the State House. Contemporary charters are done by referendum vote locally, and they're organized very much in the same way across the country. Yours is a little bit different in that it was a forerunner of that model, but the fact that it includes the Finance Committee as an institution within the town's government, I think is amazing, because in 1922, those things weren't thought of very much. So your forebears were very insightful, and organizing a committee that has 15 members in it is also quite outstanding. I've worked in a number of municipalities and have never dealt with a group this large. Usually it's between 5 and 7 members.
Tell us what you think later. Tell us what you think next year.
And the stories I could tell.
Does that mean it takes 15 Concordians for 5 people from other towns? What does that say about our intellect?
Well, I think that, at first view, 15 people seems to be kind of unwieldy, but at the same time, it helps you spread the load. And there's a lot of work that you have to do in this organization because it's very complex. And you need to be able to share the burden across the 15 people that you have. You also bring different interests, different experiences, different expertise to the table, and different levels of energy that help get the work done. So I'm looking forward to working with you, and hopefully I can bring some of the experiences that I've had all the way from little towns of 3,000 people to large towns of almost 40,000 people, and with city and town government structures. So I'm here to help, and I'll do whatever I can to provide you the information that you need, and also to answer the questions that will help you understand how this government works. Harsha had mentioned one of the items on your task list there was to identify the costs of benefits for the school versus the town workforces. We're already doing that. We're beginning to separate that. We're working with our HR department that has a new beginning in the leadership there that is going to bring the HR function into the 21st century. And we're going to get a lot of data out of HR and be able to assign it to the cost centers where it belongs. One of the things that Kerry and I have been talking about is taking one piece of the budget, probably a department or a piece of a department, and allocating all of the loaded costs associated with each of the employees in that department to the department cost, so that you can see the real picture of what it costs to deliver the services that the town provides. Right now, you have everything, all the loaded costs, meaning the employee benefits and Medicare, Medicaid, and all of the expenses that go along with that, all lumped into one budget. And I think that's a frustration, or it should be a frustration for you, because it doesn't tell you anything except how much money you're spending. It doesn't tell you what you're getting for it. So that's the direction that I'm going to try to move things in, but I think it's going to be a gradual process. Kerry is looking toward developing the budget, or I should say displaying and expressing the budget in a different fashion as we move forward, but we can't do it just on the flip of a switch. It won't happen this year, but we're going to try a couple of things and we'll share those with you.
Good, thank you. Questions? And then I have one request. Go ahead.
I just have one question. In separating, say, the town and the schools in the budget aspect of that, could there be any financial implication in terms of rates that you might pay if it's on the school side versus the town side?
The only place where I think that might come into play is in our workers' comp premium.
Okay.
Because there are different risks associated with the different departments, and we're going to analyze that also and see if we can't split that out.
Okay, good.
Other than that, health insurance is health insurance, and it's by program, by group, by family, by individual, and we're just going to assign those costs where they belong.
Okay.
Now we're going to do that in a way that explains what you're spending to get the services out of the different departments. But at this point, we're not going to put forward a budget that shows those costs anywhere other than in that, I think it's non-discretionary category that you put them. Just so that we don't tip the canoe over.
Yeah, okay, good.
But we'll express it, we'll show it in the other way as well.
Okay,
And you'll sort of get two looks at it.
thank you.
So my question to Steve and then the rest of the finance committee, how comfortable would you be if we took your PowerPoint slides and put them on the FinCom webpage for the public to see?
Sure, why not?
Yes, because it's a lot of good information about the background, budget, et cetera. Are you guys comfortable with that?
I mean, they're already public, right?
It's actually not publicly distributed. It's public information.
These are the slides from Carrie's
Carrie, yeah.
presentation from
Yeah,
4 years ago.
Yeah, the ones that
Have you
just
looked
got
at 'em?
distributed. Yeah, I just scanned them. They're
Okay.
2 years old. They're
I would, I don't just make sure they're current, I guess.
No, well, so
Yeah.
the information in there is not current. In other words, the example of what the tax impact is from 2
Yeah.
years ago, but
Yeah,
the basic concepts are current,
okay.
right? The laws and everything are current. Is that right?
The public should know what you do and what your
No, but
responsibilities
the
are.
question Chris is asking, has there been any change in state law that might affect what's being said in that presentation.
That's what I'd be worried
No,
about.
that's what I'm asking Steve.
Well, we'll check that. but
So, okay, so
not
let's do that.
Knowledge right now.
On the website. And again, it's more information for folks to have about what we do and the concepts we deal with. Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
Next item is. Yeah, it's written out here somewhere.
Steve again.
Steve again, yeah.
Exempted.
Thank you. Steve, residential tax impact.
At their last meeting. Was that a green light?
Sorry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, I have to tell everybody that I'm working with my doctors on a hearing problem that I have. So if I ask you to repeat yourselves, please don't get annoyed. And if you speak up, it helps. The select board at their last meeting voted to apply a mechanism called the residential exemption for property taxes on this next property tax bill. The final vote that they take will be in November. I believe it's going to be near November 1st. It has to do with the classification hearing where the tax rate is set. But at this point, they have voted to apply an exemption of 10% of the average single-family residence. I probably did. Thank you. Anyway, the amount is $137,000 and some change. And that amount would be taken off of the property value of all those parties that apply and qualify for the exemption. In order to qualify, they have to reside in the property that they're seeking the exemption for. And, that's essentially it. So the effect of this is that it reduces the tax burden for those parties that qualify for the exemption. But because it's a leveling concept within the tax levy that applies to residential property in the town, and this is primarily single-family residences, the reduction in taxes for those people who qualify is shifted over to those people who don't qualify. So you can think of it as sort of a teeter-totter where the fulcrum is moved so that the burden that falls, that's taken away from one side is assumed by the other side. But in the end, the tax levy is still what it is. So it doesn't affect the property tax revenue coming to the town, but it does shift the burden on those who are paying for it.
So before we start the conversation, one thing, we don't have a policy voice in this. If we have questions around the policy, go to the select board, the assessors, et cetera, because I don't want to draw this out and raise questions where we don't have an authority to actually chime in. So if you've got questions on why this or debate that, or did you think about this? Let's not go to those questions. Let's just ask questions if the concept is unclear, rather than why things were settled this way or that way, because otherwise we're going to be here all night. So having said that, we'll just go Kathy, Christine, Peggy, and I don't see anybody online, and then Carlin and Don.
I just wanted to ask Steve if you would repeat for me the qualifications. What are the necessary items?
You have to reside in the property that you're seeking the exemption for.
10 years, 5 years, 1 year, that day?
Just be a resident there as of
Okay.
April 1st.
Okay. And income, age?
Nope. Nothing.
And a lot of this is governed by state law too. So that's why we can get into all this for hours, but this is not the forum to do
So
this.
I'm just trying to understand what it is. So
No, no, I understand.
anybody can apply.
Yes, you do have to apply.
You have to apply, anybody can apply who lives in a house to get a 10% reduction.
Yes.
I have a quick question.
Hold on. We've got Chris, and then we're going around here in a circle. So I'll get to you in a minute, Quasi.
Yeah, I
Chris.
think those are my same questions. I was trying to understand. So it's an application process, so it's not an automatic.
The application is very simple.
Okay.
It just verifies that you are the resident of that property.
Okay. And all it does is it takes this 137,000 off your assessed value,
Yes.
and then you're computing the tax based on that.
Yes.
Okay.
It does change the tax rate when you do the calculation.
It would have to. It'll make it higher.
Right.
Okay, and then hold on. I'm just gonna go in the order called and we'll come. So I had Peggy, Carlin, and then we'll go to Quasi, D, and Lois. Peggy, and you'll only get one question per round. Peggy.
Steve, you said
Tough one.
that I'm on the same wavelength qualification. You said something about then the tax rate would increase for people who don't qualify. So
The tax
who's
bill.
that?
Pardon me?
Who is it that does not qualify?
Well,
Well,
There are-
hold on. Let's just one at a time. Let him answer the question.
there are a number of disqualifiers. One that is, I'm told, is pretty significant here in Concord is that properties that are held in trust, where the residents are not the administrators of the trust, do not qualify. Rental properties do not qualify.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let's just, Carlin,
So rental property.
hold on.
That was an important.
No, let's just finish.
I'm just saying, he just said an important thing.
Yep, okay.
I got
Carl?
one question. Okay, I like your analogy of the teeter-totter and the fulcrum. In looking at the assessor's website, it looks like the far end of the fulcrum are the large commercial properties, because we have a unified tax rate. So all the properties' tax bills will go up, and you won't get any benefit unless you're on the left side of the fulcrum and you file the application with the documents that are requested with the application. Am I right about that?
Yes and no.
Where am I wrong?
This applies only to residential property. Non-residential property isn't affected by this at all.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hold on, Quasi. D. Lois.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead,
So,
Quasi.
so there was an article on the Concord Bridge about this, I think on the last one that they published, and they talked about residential, but they said owner occupied. So did that change?
No.
Because it wasn't that you have to reside on the property, you have to reside on the property, but it had, obviously it has to be owner occupied property. And then you will get a tax break if it's below the average, which is around 1.2 million, I think.
That's correct.
Okay.
You can own as
Okay.
many properties as you wish in the town, but you can only qualify for an exemption on the property that you reside in.
Yeah, so condos will be excluded. Would condos be excluded? I guess that's my question. Because rental units are excluded, I get that, but if you own a condo and you live in your condo, are you getting that exemption?
Yes,
Okay, so it's not just single family then?
yes.
Okay,
Quasi, you got 5 questions in there.
okay, sorry.
Oh,
It's your
okay.
responsibility.
I know. I think we had D, Lois, and then Craig.
Yeah, I think along the lines of also reading it in the Concord Bridge, I think they also said that the fulcrum, that the amount of the value of the property was 1.4 million, for which then you could qualify for the exemption, but above that you could not. Is that correct? I thought that there was
Hold on, one at a time.
No,
I-
that's not correct.
Okay.
any,
You
if
can
you
qualify
have
no
a
matter-
$7 million home, you can submit an application.
Yes.
I don't,
Yes, but consider what the impact is of taking $135,000 off the value of a $5 million property. It doesn't. have
Right,
much
and they're
of an
still
effect.
going to have the added weight, the added taxes
Right.
burden
And,
after that.
if
Oh,
you
all
have
right.
two $5 million houses side by side.
Right,
And one applies and qualifies, and the other might qualify but doesn't apply, in a microcosm, the reduction in property tax to that one who qualifies is then assumed by the one that did not qualify.
Yeah. Okay. So it was my misunderstanding of what I thought I read in the Concord Bridge, that there was a point at which you could not submit.
The 1.5 is who would benefit more. That's their
Is
point.
that what
Yeah,
they
it
were
says
saying?
1.5 is their bills fall above, we'd see it sort of go up. It's their 1.5 number.
Oh, okay.
Who benefits?
Okay.
Benefits, yes.
That's the fulcrum point that I was talking about.
All right.
Close.
Thank
And
you.
then-
And that, if I may add to that, that depends on how many properties, how many people apply and qualify. So the more who apply and qualify, the farther north in property values that fulcrum moves. Does
Mhm.
that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay, Lois,
Dee asked my question.
perfect. Greg,
So this is the first time I'm hearing applies. The article did not say anything about applies, so I want to make sure we, as a finance committee, get that out, that you have to apply to this. Some people were assuming that it's just going to happen. From what you're saying today, you need to apply to make that happen.
The
Is that
select
correct?
board chair is attempting to find a way where, through which people don't have to apply. But the state regulations around this particular law require an application. And it's primarily so that there's documentation and that there's a sworn certification by the applicant that the information is accurate and truthful. So it has that
I'm gonna ask
pains
a
of pen. What?
When would we know Mary's back in there?
yeah, she's trying to answer. Do you want to answer a question? Yeah. Well, you need to come up to the microphone, please. Name, rank, and serial number.
You're doing.
You're doing great. You're doing great, really. Mary Hartman, 16 Concord Green, member of the select board, speaking for myself. What was the question? Oh.
Mary.
How are we going to tell everybody about this?
Well,
I think what
One
the,
thing we need to apply is that going to change when?
the assessors have this under control.
Good.
And they are going to be sending out information and the application if one is necessary, because you're right, we're trying to get people to qualify automatically based on their state tax form. If we're not able to do that, then people will have to actually apply. But the assessors have a plan all mapped out. It's going to go out in your next tax bill that will give you information and how you actually apply, and everybody should apply.
Uh-oh, this gets back to our,
Yes,
we
I was
read
just-
the tax bills.
Read the tax bill.
Remember,
This is our discussion about putting in.
well, but remember that next tax bill will include something about finance
I know.
committee, so it'll be very
It's why our
appropriate.
discussion.
You won't
Okay.
be able to miss it. It's on pink paper.
I prefer yellow, but that's okay. Go ahead. Eric, and then Kathy, if you've got one question, but let's wrap it up after that. Go ahead.
So it's, I mean, just based on the 20 minutes we've been talking about this, we've had 1 million questions. I imagine the taxpayers at large are going to have a lot of questions. There's going to be a lot of applications coming in. There's going to be some form of eligibility determination process, I imagine. Are the assessors staffed to be able to handle the influx of work that this is going to generate? And are there any budget implications for their office?
This is going to be a lot simpler than it sounds because the application is like a sworn affidavit. The only thing that we will check is whether or not the property is held in the name of the applicant. And if it is, it qualifies. If it's not, it doesn't qualify.
Good.
But there are those trust held properties that we'll have to dig a little deeper on.
Okay, Kathy, did you have one question? Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll read some more and then ask my questions later.
And you can ask him directly to Steve or the assessors. So if you've got more questions or don't like the policy, select board and others you can take it up
But
with.
from our standpoint, the total levy will not be altered.
That is
Thank you
correct.
very
Right,
much.
this is just informational.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
Now, we could make a recommendation that after you do that, you then reduce the spending, but I don't know if anybody in the finance committee wants to do that. But,
Yeah, I do.
oh, there you
Yeah.
go. Do I hear a second? All right, I think Lindsay and Lois, you guys are up. Let me throw your screen up here, your PowerPoint slides. We'll let you take it away. This is the main purpose of today's meeting, is to review the proposed guardrail metrics that they've come up with. And let me zoom, there we go. Share the PowerPoint slides. It was in your deck anyway, and so take it away, guys.
All right, so tonight is kind of the kickoff of the guidelines process, because we've actually calculated the what kind of the first step, and before we actually go to the numbers that we get from the town, the numbers that we get from the school committee, and try to figure out what the guidelines should be for each group. This is the first step, kind of figuring out what is that range of that we want our final guideline number to fall into. So what Lois and I did is we put together a few slides here, and what they do is first they recap our approach, and we're intending to take the same approach as last year. I think it was really thoughtful, and it provided us and it was it was forward looking. We'll talk about why we made the changes, but the methodology that was arrived at last year went from being backward looking to forward looking. And and instead of landing on one number, which there can be a lot of haggling around what the right number is, it instead looked at what is the range that our final guideline should fall into, knowing that there's it would be kind of arbitrary to land on a number within that range. So let's just look at the range and then try to stay within that based on where the town and the school say we should, what their cost increases are going to be. Okay, so we're going to recap that methodology really quickly on the next slide, and then we'll show you the draft numbers based on applying that methodology, and then we'll show you how the draft numbers for this year compare to what we arrived at last year, and so you can get a sense of how things have changed. All right, so just jumping ahead. All right, so again, when we talk about guardrails, that's the range approach, right? So we want a number at the bottom end, which is kind of how much are wages expected to grow, how much can the taxpayer personally absorb without having a change in their spending power. So kind of what is the what are incomes doing next, expected to do, and then what are costs doing? So what are the real costs that the town and the school are expected to see? What is the rate of change they're expecting to see for their costs? And so the guardrails are those two numbers, really. So it's reflecting ability to pay at the bottom end, and at the top end, what are costs expected to do? I mean, that's typically, I guess theoretically, ability to pay could be higher than cost, but I typically wouldn't see that. All right. So in terms of the something to keep in mind is that all of these numbers are published by the federal government. So the Congressional Budget Office obviously has hundreds of people who work on these projections, and because a lot of businesses and government agencies rely on these for their own budgeting. So this is kind of I think, rather than us trying to figure out numbers on our own, it's the best bet to go with a federally developed numbers, which, a lot of people are working on and a lot of businesses are relying on for their own budgets. So that's why we went with Congressional Budget Office numbers. And again, they're forward looking. So, and so we've looked at the monthly forecast for personal income growth We've looked at the monthly forecast for how goods are expected to change in price over the next few years. And we've looked at what wages are expected to do. So employment cost index. So that includes not just income, but the other costs of having employees like benefits. And so all of these costs we've looked at on a monthly basis, and then we've translated those monthly numbers back to the state and town fiscal year, so that we can get really accurate forecasts for our own fiscal year as to what costs are expected to be for all of these things. So the guardrails, when we talk about those, that is not the guideline. So this is our first step in developing what the guidelines are going to be. And so this guardrails just gives us, again, this gives us a range of where we should hope to have the final guideline fall into. So if it's so it's going to be a little bit, probably a little bit more than what people can afford. That would be the that lower end ability to pay, and it's going to be a little bit like less than what total costs are expected to do for the economy. But somewhere in that range kind of is a good compromise as to what is appropriate for the overall guideline number. So that's kind of the approach. So if we go to the next slide, and if there are any questions, after we go through this, we'll jump into those. So the draft guidelines range, so these guardrails for the next fiscal year, based on using that same Congressional Budget Office projection methodology as last year, come to 1.79%. That's the real personal income growth expected in fiscal year 2025, to 3.66%. That's the level services cost growth, which is a blended rate between cost of goods and employment cost index growth. So that there's almost 2 percentage point difference in those numbers. And so if we fall within that range, it's a bit of a compromise between what people can afford and what costs are expected to do for the town and the schools over the next fiscal year. Any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
So can you remind me why we're using the real personal income net of inflation rather than the nominal?
Real rather than the nominal. Because, okay, so this, see, I got to think about this for a minute, but because the other number incorporates the nominal rate, right? The employment cost index.
The last year, we decided to go with the real one versus the nominal, just because it tended to be a little bit lower because it's real inflation, leaving, in essence, folks are going to take their overall growth in income and use it on other goods and services where inflation is also occurring. So like what's really kind of left over at the end of the day for them
to absorb
is kind of what we were aiming for. We could use real, but that's why last year we chose real.
We could use nominal, you're saying.
Yes, I'm sorry. We could use nominal, but that's why last year we went with the real. So the ability to absorb, if you will, is what we went with last year. So that's why we did that.
So then should we?
So in some years that'll be a negative number, right? Because the inflation will exceed income.
That rarely happens over history.
In a recession, I guess, by definition.
Yeah. But
the economy was in a real recession, that would influence
what we might do.
And there's a comment made at our last meeting from somebody from the public who asked us to consider willingness to pay rather than ability to pay. And I thought about that afterward. That's not our role. That's not within our scope. Willingness to pay gets reflected at town meeting, at votes at the ballot box, when a fiscal issue has to go to a ballot box vote. I think what I like about this approach is that I think it's a tool that we can use within our scope, within our charge, within our mission, which is to think about realistically what the changes are in resources that individual taxpayers have in town and compare it to a level services and an expected expense increase in level services. Because Lindsay made reference to the fact that the blue block there is a blended, and what Parashar started to do last year and what Lindsay did in working up the numbers this year was to try to make that figure reflect really what it costs to provide services in this town, which means that that's largely comprised of salaries, because that's what our biggest cost is people. You know, we're not a manufacturing entity that is buying raw materials. We are buying goods clearly, but our major budget drivers are usually related to headcount and salary increases. So this strikes me as a good tool, and there are other tools, and we could look at using different measures, but I think this gives us a way to think about discharging our obligation on the
And
guidelines.
I would just add one thing, though, that we did say last time that community input is important here. And so I do think that willingness to pay is important, and that it might affect where we come in that range, right? Like where we
Yeah,
arrive at in
that's
that
right.
range. So
I agree with that.
I do think community input and willingness to pay, I think getting, that input is really important to see where we fall here, how will the community feel
Yeah,
about
I
that,
totally agree
right?
with that. And
Yeah.
I think, and that's almost embedded in the approach, because if we accept that real personal growth income as a real number, we know we're going to come in above that. We know that the guidelines are going to be over that. So we're already assuming some willingness on the part of town taxpayers to dig a little deeper, not to necessarily limit tax increases to whatever nominal increase there is in the money that they bring home. So yeah, you're right. I mean, that's true. But I think we need to be, but there are other tests for that.
Yeah.
And that's town meeting. And that's the ballot box. So.
Carlin, and then we'll continue.
Thank you. I'm new to this guidelines process, Lindsay. The question that Dawn asked, is this real or is it nominal?
Yeah.
Real what? Nominal what? And what?
Net of inflation.
Okay, so what,
Yeah.
if what we see up there is 3.6 is that real inflation?
No,
What was the
no,
number?
let's back up. So when people talk about nominal, your income goes up 4% nominal. That doesn't account for the fact that inflation might have gone up 3%.
So real would be one.
Real would be, yes, 1%. Technically slightly different, but yes, 1%. And that's what people talk about when they say real income, real salaries, or real cost increases.
The net difference.
It's
between
it takes out inflation.
and minus
Whereas the level services cross growth, that's nominal, because that's inflation, basically, inflation of your cost,
Okay,
inflation.
next question. Do you take into account in setting your guideline or your guardrails?
Our guardrails.
That's right. I'm part of this now. The rates that Social Security have for the cost of living adjustments, or that say the state of Massachusetts pensions guarantee every year. I think both are right about 3% for 2024. Do you consider that at all? Because such a large part of our community is in the retirement phase. I wonder if that's part of your consideration. It doesn't sound like it is.
Well,
It has been.
it has been in the past.
We have
When
talked about it. Yep.
The context is previously we had something called the SGR. And that was, as Lindsay said, half of it was looking backwards, what inflation did. And then the other half was looking forward to see what the T-bill yield was on a given date. Looking backwards didn't make a lot of sense to a lot of us. And so last year we said, let's try to come up with some different metrics. One of the challenges is to come up with an objective metric that people can rely on, is reliably published, and is forward-looking enough that we can say, yes, this is something good. Unfortunately, at the state level, there isn't anything like this. Federal Reserve Bank of Boston doesn't publish this type of data. Some other federal banks do, but ours doesn't. So this is something that, well, as I looked around last year to try to come up with metrics, this one is natural. It's, as Lindsay said, nonpartisan. They've got, hundreds of, tens of economists, but and others, actuaries, et cetera, doing this. It's consistent. It's an internal consistent model of the economy. For all those reasons, we did it. No measure is going to be perfect. So you're absolutely right. But we weren't trying to reconstruct a sophisticated model. It's just guardrails and some sense of what might be happening. We'll hear from the schools and the towns, and then we'll set the guidelines kind of appropriately. So hopefully that provides a little bit of context. Right.
If you go back a slide. So is it reasonable to think that the real personal income growth is or should be extremely close to private wages and salaries?
That would be nominal, though, the input, private wages and salary growth.
Right.
So it's kind of, yeah, one is,
So the
think of
employment
one is
cost-
nominal and one is real.
Okay. So the level service cost growth to the town compared to personal income growth, and for private wages and salaries, you add what to make it different?
Inflation.
Inflation, okay. And then you also add the cost of goods and services.
Yep.
And I suppose benefits.
Well,
And that's so cost of
in the
goods,
employment cost index.
and benefits and
So
inflation, all those together is what creates the
The
1.87% difference.
difference.
Okay. Because I looked at real personal income growth and private wages should be equal. So then we're just talking about goods and services.
well, income also includes investment income and other things in the economic model, right? So it won't necessarily be equal to private wage and salaries, and the
Okay.
private wages and salaries are from the private sector. Really, the income growth, CBO models is from everybody's income, public sector, private sector.
And that
That's it.
and it includes salary income?
Yes.
So the
Okay.
employment cost index is like the cost to the employer of employing those people.
Okay,
So
I
it's
understand.
Slightly different perspective.
It is,
Yeah.
yes, thank you. Okay, thank you.
So just in response to Carlin, so, I mean, this is an art, right? Not a science. And so we have these two approaches, this top-down approach, which Lindsay walked through, where we're taking the math and looking at, some good indicators for cost growth and real personal income. We also do bottoms up, right? The town and the schools come to us to say, well, this is our real number, right? This is an estimate here from a national information. So we get their real information, but we certainly can look to things like, and we have in the past had discussions about what's a Social Security COLA going to look like. So we can talk about other relevant data because it's an art, right? So it's okay to bring that in. It's not that narrow or rigid. It's just when you think about it.
And it, in the blue number, the blue percent number isn't necessarily adhered to when we do the guideline. I mean, that's what happened last year.
Well,
See,
We had that number.
go to the next slide.
Had that number, But we ended up,
So the final guideline for last year, remember when we talk about like the final guideline here, it's for overall, including all, the town, the schools, and the regional school district. So, and it's only for spending that is affected by, that's subject to the guidelines, right? And that did come to 3.65% last year.
Is that was that was
What we
our
recommended.
guideline, right? So the actual number was higher because the
actual
town meeting
spending,
approved it.
yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
So our
hold on, better
guideline did
finish.
fall within the range.
Sorry?
See Quasi's hand.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. Quasi, did you have a question on the previous slide? Thank you, Don.
Yes, I was curious, what's the real personal income growth is 1.79. What's the nominal personal income growth?
I was just looking for that. Let me see if I can figure it
My question is here, as somebody just mentioned, it's art, not science. Are we trying to be too precise with this? I mean, I guess knowing what the nominal income growth will kind of give you a good sense.
Question for the group.
Oh, do you
I don't
have
know.
nominal?
Do I have the number? I think it's, actually, you know what? I don't want to like just say it before that. Yeah, I think I need to get back to you because I don't have all those numbers, by fiscal year calculated. I just have them by month.
Yeah, I think that would be my question why would we, I mean, I guess why would we not use nominal personal income growth?
So Quasi, last year, it's a good question. Last year when we discussed this, we went back and forth. And again, the notion was if your nominal growth is 5% and family is expected to pay, groceries and utilities, et cetera, all gone up, kind of what's left over in terms of true income growth that we're trying to understand. That's why we went with real income growth, just to get a sense of, well, that's got to be the low bar, if you will, because that's the money left over that you have to pay for everything after everything else. So that's kind of why we went with that approach. As I said earlier, we can go with nominal, but that was the thinking on the part of the committee last year, right or wrong. And again, and just as I said to Carlin, I mean, no number is going to be perfect. It's much more of an art to give us some sense, thumb to the wind of what things are looking like. We'll hear from the schools and the towns when they come in, and then we apply our own judgment, and then town meeting will apply its own judgment as well. Were you able to?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Well, no, I don't.
So we can get that number to
Definitely.
folks after this meeting. And today was just to introduce it and draft. We can mull on it. We've got a meeting scheduled for September 7th.
Yep.
At which point we can come back and vote and see how folks feel. So we can get the number out to folks after this meeting. Does that quasi work?
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, yep. So take it back, Lindsay, on this slide.
Oh, yeah, so
comparison.
if we compare it to last year, it's a larger range. But it's slightly different thresholds. So instead of up to 3.71%, where the guideline ceiling would be 3.66% in this case. But it's a bigger range, almost 2 percentage points instead of 1.2 percentage points.
Okay. What did I do here? Any questions, comments? We've gotten some comments, etc. This is kind of what they're proposing. Let me go around, just get a general sense. As I said, we'll come back on the 7th. Folks have major heartburn over this. I'm just going to quickly go around, Eric.
No, and thank you for the work so far.
Any other comments? Thoughts? Okay. Dee?
Not at this time.
Okay. Peggy, I see her shaking her head.
No,
Carlin?
I'm inclined that we should go with the nominal rate from what I've heard today. And I don't, like I say, I don't know much.
Yep.
Nominal growth seems to be a more
We'll
realistic.
get the number out and then we can talk about it, right? John?
I'd like to also look at that, but beyond that, incorporate some, since the majority of the town's expense is employment. And your comment earlier, Rasha, about it isn't only the school teachers' salaries that will be renegotiated, it's also town employees' salaries, that we can be more precise, I think, than the reference data. And take a look at maybe with a bit of a sensitivity analysis, look at that 4% increase, 5% increase on salaries to see what our real budget requests may look like, and look at that versus nominal income.
I think that's a different point in the process, Don.
Okay.
I think that's
Next step.
I think what we're trying to do is give ourselves a context within which to evaluate the numbers that we get from the budgeting entities. So that's the bottom up part of the process. And that starts when we start getting those actual numbers. And on the question of nominal versus real, I think we'll see the number, but my feeling is that that kind of double counts inflation because that's what that's what the blue number is supposed to reflect. So I actually have a pretty strong preference for going with real. But I'm open to revisiting that when we see the actual number. It never occurred to me to do it that way because I actually think this is the better number, but I'll keep an open mind and see. We didn't calculate that number.
It'll probably be much more similar. The two bars will probably be a lot more similar.
Yeah, I mean, it can keep in mind
The two bars will probably be a lot closer together.
Oh,
Guardrails
of course.
will be-
Yeah, guardrails will be-
The range will be much
We're getting back to
smaller.
one
Raise will be
number,
smaller.
right? We're almost one number then.
exactly.
Yeah.
And just to put in context, why we can't simply answer that question, I think Lindsay made that point. This number is calculated to adjust the reporting periods from the federal government to the state fiscal year. So it's a calculation that needs to be done. It's not that you can click on the CBO website and come up with a number. So we can do that calculation.
Kathy, any major questions, et cetera? Chris?
No, I just point out, there's a lot of variables that go into this art, what we do. And so revenue enters into it, state funding enters into it. So there's a lot of different pieces. So don't, this is the early part of the work, right? So what are some metrics that might help us provide context? That's it. There's a whole lot, the more relevant information comes in later. So we'll have time to have that discussion about what data comes to us. And what do we know about revenue? What do we know about other demands on free cash? What does the tax rate look like? Because that's one of the other things that you're gonna have to consider. So.
Yeah, no, I think that's important. And it also, one of the things I liked about using this approach last year and why we agreed to use it this year is that it is a relatively objective measure.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't require us to speculate about what may come out of the collective bargaining process or salary negotiations. And you're absolutely correct, it's a starting point. It's just the beginning. All that other data comes in as we proceed.
John?
I like the
Lindsay,
way,
anything else to add?
you want to add to your own.
Sorry, Greg?
I like the way it was clearly presented here. I think this is one of the better jobs from when the SGR, I think, was a very. It took me a little while to understand it. Certain people gave me the spreadsheets and it was very complex to do. I like this format that you've presented it here and it shows exactly where we're getting those two values to the public. And I think we should put, once we do come up with this, publish this and push this out if this is where we got the guardrails from.
And we'll put this one out there. So folks, if they've got comment, because there were people that commented last time, if they've got other measures or metrics that they think can work, happy to consider them for our September 7th meeting. Quasi, any other questions or comments? And then we'll go to Suresh.
I had a question not on this, but on the CPS, their presentation. Is this the right time to ask, or do you want to close this one first?
Well, we're going to close this one first and then we'll do this.
Yeah.
Suresh, any other questions? Any
No, I'm
questions?
good with the real personal income growth and the level services, so I'm good with that.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Lindsay.
All right. Thank you, Lois and Lindsay. You guys did a great job. Thank you very much, Lindsay. And thanks for the committee for the questions. We'll get the question around the nominal out to folks and then hopefully folks can think about it and come back and we can take a vote on the 7th. All right. All right. Thank you. So let me stop sharing. We're on to item number 10, update, if any, on Baker Avenue 40B proposal. I'm thinking, have we gotten any response from the Mass Department of Housing? Or can you come up and just maybe give us an update? Thank you.
As you know, the select board sent a letter to Mass Housing on August 8th, we got a response. The legal counsel for Mass Housing sent a letter to the developer on August 18th, which is very fast, which I think is really a testament to the Healy Driscoll administration being serious about affordable housing. The content of that letter was basically saying that they agree with the scope. They're willing to fund it, but they did recognize the concerns that the community had raised around traffic, around wastewater, around water, around pedestrian access. So they are cognizant of that. What this does right now is the next step will be the developer is going to apply for a comprehensive permit on September 12th. I think that's really just going to be a formality. The real discussions will happen at the Zoning Board of Appeals in the month of September and probably October. So for I think your question right now is what's the revenue expected? And what is the revenue you're going to get from the building permit? What are the finances? So I think it would be during those conversations with the ZBA. So, but right now it looks like from the town's perspective, this is going forward. But I do think we have some concerns that the developer will address.
Great. Chris,
I
question?
just have a
Hold on,
question,
Mary
Mary.
Jo.
So, if this developer were to ask the town either for a TIF or some other, contribution, when would that happen? Is that something we know now, or we would know in the next 6 months? When do you have it?
I don't know, Chris, exactly, but I do know that in conversations with them, the only thing that they've asked for so far is some relief on the sewer hookup fee.
Okay.
And the relief would be the proportion of the affordable units. So the hookup fee is about 1.5 million and it's 25% affordable. So it's like $400,000.
Okay.
So far, when we've asked them directly,
They
what would you
haven't.
need from the town? That is the only thing they have asked for.
Okay, thank you.
And a follow-up on that, at the recent housing roundtable, there was a mention that the Affordable Housing Trust might be a source of funds to pay for the affordable housing component of that sewer hookup fee. And that may be why the Housing Roundtable wants to apply funds to CPC to pay for that.
Yeah, it might be.
And there is sewer capacity for that hookup?
Well, that's something we've got to find out.
It's a question.
That's a
Sorry,
great
just-
question. That is a great question.
Random question.
We are in active
Sometimes we don't.
conversations with the state to increase sewer capacity from the 1 million to the 1.2. So I think that's part of this whole negotiation.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it. Dee, I'll turn it over to you. We've got to approve meeting minutes.
Great. Okay, let's do it. Who wants to, any questions on the first set? Any comments? Any corrections?
So by the first set, we're talking about the
We're
April
talking
27th meetings, right?
April 27th, 2023 meeting.
Looks good.
I did have one, if you don't mind, on page 4.
Page 4 of that.
The first set of minutes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you just a couple
What,
small edits, but
where is it?
in the
Yep.
item 6, the third paragraph at the end says, Ms. Reynolds asked about the Muni's implementation. Ms. Dowd indicated it was going well, and the current target go-live date was July 1st.
That's the accounting system.
I wasn't sure what the
That's the accounting system.
implementation and go-live was, so
It-
maybe a little more explanation there.
Yeah, it's the accounting system. So the town's accounting system is called Munis. So that's what I was asking about.
I'll just put the accounting system.
Yeah, and go live is when they go to the new
Yeah, I
system.
get that
Yeah,
part,
yeah.
but I
yeah.
didn't know what the Muni,
Oh, yeah,
Munis
yeah,
was.
Yeah. Right.
I'm thinking it was like,
Local baseball team.
I think when I think of Munis, I think of light plants, so.
Mhm.
I think of bombs.
Do you have another correction?
No,
Okay. Any other corrections, questions, comments, concerns? Oh, I'm sorry, Dee, that's your role. Go ahead.
That's all right. Any questions, comments? If not, is there a motion to approve the minutes of April 27th as amended?
Second,
And second was Don, I think? Okay, okay.
can I provide just some typo type things?
I suppose. You're gonna give me these?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay, good. And roll call vote?
What do you want me to do, or you want to do it? Up.
So does the motion have to be changed because it's going to be as amended?
As amended with the minutes.
As amended.
Or do
Right.
you want to do the other one and then we do one
Want
vote?
to do both? I'm going to do one vote?
That sounds.
Okay. Now, I'm sure there probably aren't any other corrections on the next one, are there? Are there any? Okay, on the minutes of the May 25th meeting. Are there any corrections, amendments, suggestions?
You're gonna wish
Yes,
you're
Ms.
gonna
Briggs.
wish I never read the minutes, right? Under item 8,
Yes.
by the bylaw, the report must be mailed out so many days ahead. I think we should put in the number, like, is it 30? Is it 90? What's the number of days?
It's 5 weeks.
Thank you.
So 35 days? Are those
5
business
weeks.
days?
I believe it's 5
Let's
weeks.
just find out and put in the correct day.
I sent it to Parashar. Yeah.
Well, don't shift it to me. We'll
I-
find out.
You have it.
That's the same question.
No, I know what the,
No,
I
she
know,
did.
I
We'll
was
figure-
here
we'll
when they
figure it out and put the
changed
correct
the
number.
rule.
She did. We'll figure it out. I'll give you. She
He
said
has it.
something to me.
Chris has an email.
Do you have
I
something
do,
else?
I do. And then I thought that also, there was a mention at that meeting that the total dollars that it cost the town to print and mail, I think it was something like 30,000
was,
or
Some,
60,000.
no, it was less
It
than
was very-
60. It
it
was
was
like
like
20,000,
3,000.
Yeah, so I
it's
think we should
very
put that in the minutes. So
Minimal amount?
Yeah.
So, yeah, minimal, de minimis amount. Let's just put that in, go with it. De minimis amount.
I can give it to you. The cost to print and mail the finance committee report was stated by staff as blank.
As a de minimis amount.
As a de minimis?
Yes, and then just keep moving.
Okay, that's all.
It's around somewhere.
Yeah, that's
All
all.
right, so I will get that from you after this meeting. Is there anything else?
No,
Okay. That's it. Okay.
I won't read them anymore,
Any other
okay?
Comments, suggestions, questions? So we're now gonna take a roll call vote.
We need a motion.
Need a new
for both
motion.
of them.
The minutes of the April 27th and the May 25th meetings as amended, as submitted to us with the amendments suggested during the course of this meeting. As amended, okay.
Second.
And John took second on that one as well. Good, okay.
Eric.
Aye.
Lois.
Aye.
Dee.
Yes.
Peggy.
Yes.
Carlin.
Aye.
Don.
Aye.
Kathy.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Parashar, yes. Quasi.
Yes.
Suresh.
Yes.
All right, they've passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Dee, I know it's very time consuming, but I think we're relatively up to date on the minutes or no?
Getting there.
We're getting there. Okay.
As I mentioned before, it's very helpful if people talk right into the microphones.
Okay.
I know that Lori is working on them as quickly as she can turn them over. So we should have the June and July, hopefully by our September meeting.
Good, thank you. Carlin, question?
Before we get to public comment, do we know how close we are to the, how much excess levy capacity we have right now? I'd like to get an update on that.
I do not, but we'll have an update on September 7th. How's that?
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. And you know that I realized just now, for some reason, the calendar item is not on here. We should make that a standing item. And what I'll do is, I know we can't take a decision on it, but I just want to give some facts to people. And then I'll put out a proposal for folks. But let's go to public comment first. Oh, yeah, come on up.
I know that earlier in your meeting, you queued up several letters that you're going to be writing. I would recommend that you prioritize the letter to the 250th Celebration Committee
Okay.
around funding through private sources or state sources, because right now they're now's the time to do that because they're scoping out a lot of the work that they're going to do or not do. So I think it's good timing if we get it out soon.
I'm hoping to get them out before the end of next week.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Any other public comments? I'm looking specifically at the Zoom link. Brett Fay is the only member of the public I see. I'm hopefully pronouncing that correctly. Okay, no comments, no hands. I'm just gonna throw up since actually Quasi, you brought up the CPS presentation, is that correct? So I'm just gonna use that as, I wanted to update folks and just make sure everybody knows when our meetings are. Of course, I'm stalling for time as I find my agenda. Oh, here it is, right here. Calendar 6. This is the latest calendar that we have. And what I'd like to do is just have people consider two.
Did you mean to share?
Yeah, I'm gonna share it here. Hold on here. Let's stop this one. And I'll share this. Okay, so what's gonna happen, September 7th meeting, we've got Hilltop coming and we're gonna approve the guideline metrics we just went over today. Hopefully that will be a relatively brief meeting. We're coming out of Labor Day. I understand that, but we need to get that done. So here's what I'd like people to think about. And then at the September 7th meeting, I know the school committee wants it a little bit earlier, but I don't know that we can do it earlier. So right now we have both the town and the schools coming in at the end of September to give us their first cut of what they're looking for fiscal year 25. And then a month later, the second cut. What that schedule allows us to do is take basically early November to think a little bit about what we've heard, think about the metrics that we'll eventually develop or approve, and then set the final guideline or the final guideline on November 29th. In between that, we've got one meeting November 16th where we're going to actually also hear about the capital plan for the town and the schools. So we're crunched for time is what I'm saying. What they're asking us to do is actually shift everything by 3 or 4 weeks. So that instead of coming in September 21st, they're asking to come in October 26th as the first cut, and then come in November 16th for the second cut. Now, Thanksgiving falls, of course, right after that, the 23rd. So that, from my perspective, is really, really tight timing. I think from their perspective, they're like, the later we can come in, the better our numbers are, which is a fair perspective. But as I said, sometimes the calendar is going to work against us. By law, we actually have to set final guidelines by the 29th. Of November.
Right.
So
And instead of the 16th, like do it the 9th or something.
So this is what I'm asking, right? So I'd like you guys to think a little bit about whether we should try to think and alter this a little bit. And if I just want a general sense right now, because then what I can do is work with Steve and the school committees and say, okay, what if we shift our schedule this way? Would that work or not? So yes, we could change these. They're not fixed in stone.
How does their proposal compare to what we did last year?
It's similar to last year, but
That's what I
the
was gonna
problem
say.
is the Thanksgiving weekend, I think, is throwing a loop into
Yeah,
this, and that's why we set this up,
yeah.
so that we're not squeezed. That's the challenge, basically. So I'm just gonna put that out there, and if folks are open to it, we'll see if we can come up with some compromise dates.
I would just comment that last year was much crazier because we also had the special town meeting. So we're running through hearings, we're running through public meetings on the middle school, scheduling the town, the town meeting. So this doesn't bother me, to be honest.
This one here?
No.
Okay, fair enough. But
No.
just
I mean, we were meeting more often than this last year.
agreed. So we can go back and see if we can accommodate what they're asking for, if folks are open to it. And on the 7th, we'll come in with 2 proposals, and that way we can set our schedule for the rest of fall. Does that make sense? Okay.
scroll it back up so we can
Yeah.
see that. Okay, thank you.
Yep, so we're right here, obviously, so we're doing good so far. Hilltop was not able to come in, we had an alternate date, we'll do that on the 7th. Okay? Yeah, go ahead.
Just a couple of comments. From my perspective, the longer the more time we can give the town and the schools to work on their numbers, the better off we'll be. If we come up with what our guideline is, what our guardrails are, and provide that information to them, that'll give them some food in theirs. And if we can give them whatever,
Yep.
what we can in terms of time.
Yeah.
I think we're all going to be better off.
Yep. So we'll come up with an alternate and then see what we want to do, okay? Okay, sorry, that's all I want to do. Correspondence, let me share this. The correspondence discussion is basically an FYI. I don't know that there's any, I do know that there's no discussion for us really. But hopefully folks saw the one piece of correspondence we received from, who is it here? Mr. Plodzik. He had some questions around the benefits and various co-op groups that fund or that provide health benefits, et cetera. It's really not up to us, basically. HR and I think finance are looking into it. And I think that's what Steve either has told them or will tell them.
We're putting together a summary for him.
Perfect. And that's it. Review the follow-up items. So I have the following notes that I will add, and I will number these per Kathy's suggestion. That's the first follow-up item. We're going to check up on the town website and make sure things go out automatically when we start updating them. We're going to send a letter to the planning board plus the other committees that we talked about. Planning board, economic benefit to the town. We'll include that state funding to the 350th celebration committee. We're going to offer tax impact model of the various union increases to them versus waiting at the end. So that's that piece. And then Steve is going to review the education slides, make sure that they are still current with state law. And if so, we'll post those on the website. That's all. That's what I have for follow-up. You guys have your own follow-up items, which is
calculate real or, provide nominal personal income growth in addition to the real personal income growth and calculate the excess levy capacity.
okay. And I think that's it, right?
I just had one item. I forgot to mention my update. It's I think good news. So I just wanted to let you know. So Gail Dowd, so the former CFO, has agreed to stay on to oversee the financial aspects of the middle school project. So she's still doing that work. I forgot to mention that. So
Is it the whole time or?
the whole time for the duration of the project. Yeah, she's gonna stay on the group overseeing the bill payment and so forth, which is good.
My screen is like, what the hell's doing with my computer? All right, no other business? I would like a motion to adjourn 25 minutes later than we anticipated.
So moved.
And a second? All in favor? Aye. All right. Thank you guys. Very productive.